All right, we are live. Let me fix this real quick. So I went in this morning. We're getting a little later start than I had planned on. I was going to get on like 8:39 and had to fix some minor things on our map. So, or actually inside Foundry on our map. So I wanted to go in and make sure that everything there was set up and in good shape. We or I also figured something out, which I'm going to show once we start populating the map. This is our old map. You can see all the things on it. And we're gonna basically copy and paste this stuff right over to our new map. But it's going to be really, really simple. It'll probably be quicker than I thought it would be because um, I think even our treasure chests and stuff that we have set up, and I'll show you guys what we do as far as that. But I think the first thing we'll do is we're going to go into our map and start by setting up all our teleport points. We're going to do that using multi-level tokens. So I'm just making sure everything is live, looking good. Looks like it is. So let's get this thing going. So we experimented with this a little bit yesterday. And when we did, so we have this where it's just going up from here to here, or actually from there to there. Got to do all this lighting and setup too. I tell you what, we need to set up a something in here because that was kind of goofy. But let's get into our actual map. I'm pretty sure we have what we set up here. So let's have a look. Oh no, you know what? We did that on our test server. We tested it there instead of going into our live server. So let's go ahead and talk about how we're going to do this now that we have it set up. So we already have a map node set up in here, right here, teleport entry. And the way that I prefer to do this um, is to set it up, and let's show you what we do. So we'll go in, we'll set up, come on. Oh, you got to pick the square or it doesn't work. So what we do is we'll go in, we'll select this entire zone. Um, First thing we want to do is make it invisible, right? Because if it's visible, the players can see it. We don't want them to see it. Then we're going to double click, go to multi-level, and we'll start setting this up. So we're going to set this up so that it goes both in and out. We're going to give it a teleport identifier, and this will be, we're going to keep it real simple. Cave steps. We're not going to animate movement. We are going to activate via map note. We're not going to do token cloning because we don't want the tokens to be in two different places. If you do token cloning, basically they'll be on this map and they'll be over there. We want them to totally move to the other map so that they move over there. So you can have it so it's like trigger on enter, trigger on leave, trigger on movement. We're not going to do that. We want them all to get in there and move at the same time. Now, that's my personal preference. If you want them to just run back and forth like crazy people, chickens with their heads cut off, go for it. That's not my thing. So once we have that set, hold on. I didn't hit save. Activate via map node. Always have to update drawing. Now it gives us this. They won't see that, but this is the teleport that gets sent from there. And then I just make a generic teleport note, and that's used for all of them. So you drop that inside that square. Done. It sits there. You're ready to go. You won't see the map note, or they won't see any map notes or anything, but once their character steps inside of there, you click that and it'll teleport them. So let's go to, we know that these steps align with the cave steps at the top. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 4 is what we did. Now these steps are a little longer. This is why I counted that off. And we're going to turn the lights on here. We'll turn them all off eventually. And we'll have them come in. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here's our square. Again. Or we could just have them come in at the top and come down 6. It doesn't really matter. But there's that. Turn it invisible. Double click it. Multi-level. In, out. Same name. Cave steps. Activate via map node. Update. Let's drop this map node on there, and we're going to just verify everything is working perfectly. So let's do it. So let's drop our NPC in here. All right, there she is. She's walking down the steps, right? We click it. She's gone. Now let's look at the lower map. And there she is. Now, let me pull up, I'm going to pull up my game so that we can see what happens with her. Bear with me 1 second. I need to log in on my secondary account that I use to test this stuff. But see, it's really, really simple to get that working, and it moves it between separate scenes. And what it should do, and this is what I want to verify, because as the GM, we'll be on whatever active scene we want to be. We're going to activate this. Let me do this. Release character. So this is where it's going to be problematic at the moment. Let me get rid of this character here. See, it's showing up as still active. How's it going, Tal? I need to pull her off of this map. Where the hell is she? To pull her off of that map. It'll take a second. Last time they played, all right, so here we go. So there she is in her active scene. And as you can see, she can see all that good stuff. She doesn't see the map note. She doesn't see anything else. Now we're going to go in and teleport. Gordon's, how's it going? Honestly, so I'll explain several reasons I use Foundry. But let's go ahead and do this. So here she is here, right? We hit this, she's going to teleport. Now, she just moved. She was on this lower, right? She's now automatically teleported over to where we wanted her to go on the next level. So the players are automatically going to flip. The GM won't. I'll be wherever I hit that map note and I have to move over. But this will automatically activate the new map, get them there, and like I said, it'll work seamlessly for them. So Gordon's, I recommend Foundry wholeheartedly. So I'll go through what I did first to what I'm doing now. And let's go ahead and get this off. We see it works. We're good. So let me close this window out. There we go. And that's the way it should be. The DM's not going to automatically move because something else could be going on down here. We're staying here. We're telling them once they teleport up there, they're stuck. They can't do anything, whatever. So I had, when we first started messing with virtual tabletops, we messed with Roll20. And I actually, because I had several campaigns going, I paid for whatever the thing was. I did it monthly because I wasn't sure I was going to stick with it. Then I moved over to Fantasy Grounds, and I played that for several years. Now, Fantasy Grounds isn't bad. It's just annoying because I have to rebuy the books that I already own in D&D Beyond. And I just have issues with having to pay for those digital copies again. With Foundry, I found that because I was looking for mapping software. I hate the black and white maps that are part of Dungeon of the Mad Mage. So I decided to remap the entire thing. And what I found, let's see if we can pull this up, was Dungeon Draft. Now, Dungeon Draft integrates directly into Foundry with stuff like walls and everything. We just finished doing the mapping of this yesterday. If I were to bring in just a JPEG of this, all these walls and everything for line of sight would have to be redrawn. But because Dungeon Draft integrates directly into Foundry, there are my walls. They came in just like this. I didn't have to do anything. The only thing that I did have to do, which I did this last night off stream because it's just boring as hell, is nobody wants to watch this. I set in the secret doors. That's pretty much what I did. Plus, I had to fix the map notes so that they look the way I wanted on this map. And we'll probably end up, after we start pulling stuff in, we'll start putting the map notes on the other levels. But this used to be, I'll show you the map that I was using and the problem that I had. And this is not a Foundry problem. This is simply a mapping problem. If you look at the size of this map, it's huge, which it's 12,900 pixels high by 8,900 pixels wide. If you're familiar with graphics limitation on stuff like older MacBooks or even PCs that have integrated HD 6000 graphics, you're not going to be able to yield for a bit. Yeah. But anything huge like this map, no matter where it's being rendered, unless something has downscaling, which I'm using the Forge to host my Foundry game, and it used to have a downscaler, which this map would have worked using the downscaler, but they turned it off because it was crashing. So, it's like six of one, half dozen of the other. You got to take what you get. So I ended up changing all of this into 3 separate maps, which this map was perfect for it because it's actually a sectional map. If you look, this part here doesn't connect anywhere. We follow the outside of it. It doesn't connect anywhere to the top part of that map. So I cut that out, created one map that's 8,000 high, under the 8192 pixel limit. Then I did this one. It's a little bit smaller. And then we did this as a separate small section on that map. Ideally, I think what I'm going to end up doing is creating those other 2 sections as tiles with transparent backgrounds so they can be stacked and all on one map instead of going across 3. But I didn't want to experiment with that yet. I knew that the teleporting between scenes works. And my old man used to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So that's what we're opting to do. We're using the it ain't broke, don't fix it attitude of setting this map up. Now, I know that it would work where I could have this in a single scene, and there are a couple of modules you can put in. It's called levels, wall height, and better roofs. And then you have multi-level tokens in there. Use the multi-level tokens to set up your little teleportation parts. And it's just going up inside the same scene instead of across scenes. So it doesn't really matter to me as long as it works. You know what I mean? But Foundry is really nice. Are you going to be messing with what? The levels or multi-level tokens? But what I found is the 3D levels. I feel like for a huge ass map like this where they're not going up in level, it's not going to hurt me going across scenes. You know what I mean? I could stack it, but it doesn't make sense. It's not like they're going up steps from this zone to the east and the zone to the west. They're going, it's a pure teleport. I might as well just set it up this way. But, this map is just huge as opposed to this one that's pretty big. So, yeah, if you're doing, I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. If you're doing something like, here's the thing, using Foundry, combined with your maps from Dungeon Draft, let's say you've got a barn and you've got that bottom level, and then above on the second level, it's usually a loft with a rail around where you can look down. You can set that up. You can create a hole in that second level that sees down to the first level, and you can sit there and shoot arrows at somebody down. Or when the players walk in, there can be an ambush in there. So you can set that all up. So what'll get screwed up is you couldn't set a scene like that up the way I am here, because going from one scene to another, you would lose this. You would lose your encounter order. So, if it's important that you're able to fight between levels and keep your encounter order, then you really need to use the levels, multi levels, all that stuff together. I'm going to sneeze. Hold on a second. So, for stuff like that, where you need two separate maps to represent those two separate areas, that's where you're going to want to use levels. The bottom layer needs to have the background that you have. Exactly. Something like that, you'd need to set up multi levels. And levels, you those four things, and it would be perfect. But for something like this, where I'm just trying to move organically from one area to another, and I need to reduce size, I'm fine with setting up multiple scenes. Um, and as you saw, it works perfectly. The player doesn't even know what happened. They'll just see that they went from this scene to the other, and they're magically there, along with all their buddies that are on the stairwell that I said, line up on that stairwell because we're going to the next scene. So, how you set it up is really going to be determined by what the idea is that you have, whether it's in that barn, that castle, whatever. But if this is just one big dungeon crawl that's too big for a map, I'm going to generally probably set them up like this, where I'll set up zones and be like, all right, you get to the end of this hallway, bam, I'm going to move you to the next one, um, because that's a lot simpler. You know what I mean? So you do the more complex things for a more complex fight. You do the simple thing for just simple movement between zones. But like I was saying, Foundry is, and it gets better as you add modules in. I'll put it that way too. I mean, here you've got, let's see, there were a lot of checks. They were just searching a zone. But this is our entire log from last game. Um, Here we've got some combat. They almost died to this stone golem. It was pretty bad. I mean, they almost died a couple of times in here. But the combat works really well. Use something like easy target. You can do your targeting, and it'll do the targeting. It calculates everything out, takes care of any resistances, immunities, all that good stuff. It totally works. And so, Gordon, let me ask you this. Do you own content on D&D Beyond? Because this is also a determining factor for you. Because I'll say this, if you own content on D&D Beyond, but I mean, do you own like Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, all that kind of shit through there? DMG, all that stuff. Because I mean, I own every book. I mean, I'll pre-order the stuff. I used to like be a caveman and buy hardcover, right? I think the last hardcover is probably down there, Descent into Avernus. So yeah, I mean, if you own your player's handbook, your splat books like Xanathars and stuff like that, you owned all those on, and let's say like I'm running Mad Mage, I have a, and it's free. So this is the thing. I still go in and I throw a bone to the guy that's doing this because he puts a ton of time in. But there's a thing called VTTA.io. Let me put that in. I'm going to put that in chat. Let's see. God damn it. VTTA.io. See, I used to love having the books, but when I had to carry all that shit to go to D&D when we actually physically played, um, it got annoying. It got to where rather than carrying a big pack of books with the adventures and stuff, I ended up having everything on my laptop, taking that, a 27-inch monitor, throwing that on the table for the maps because I hated drawing maps out. Um, coming home with blue hands and stuff like that after wet erasing everything. Plus, a map like this is just a pain in the ass to do. Um, and that's how I started running games. And it's funny because a couple of DMs gave me a hard time about it. And then those same guys, they started bringing in a computer and a fucking monitor too because it was easier to set up and you didn't have a pile of books out. So I kind of laughed at that when I started seeing more and more monitors and laptops showing up on the tables. Um, exactly. Well, I mean, here's the thing. My wife is awesome. Um, our front dining room is converted into a game room. It's got the shelves in there with every D&D book, games, and stuff like that. I've got display cases with the hundreds or thousands of minis that we've painted over the years. Big table out there, and we would have people come over and play pre-pandemic. Um, so, and then I have containers and stuff for all my paints for miniatures. Everything is, that room is basically set up as our gaming room now. It's funny because the front living room is my gym. I've got my Olympic free weights and stuff out there for powerlifting. So the whole half of the house, except for my daughter's room off to the one side, is like gaming and gym. Um, and she's fine with all that. The back half of the house is where we live. She doesn't give a shit. We're not, we're not the kind of people that are into like a formal dining and living room and then you have your actual room you live in. We want the rooms to be useful. Um, so I can't complain about that. But my issue has always been, and now I'll segue over. Let's just forget about that. Now that I'm playing everything online, it's much easier to have the books online. I can go in. Um, I'm gonna do something. So there, I've connected to uh, Foundry using VTTA. I'm gonna I'm gonna open this up over here and then I'll pull it back in. And I, I think I was getting ready to show Tal this yesterday, but I think he figured out the VTTA assets. I tell you what. So let's bring this back over. So like, let's say Hallister wasn't in. Right now, you see it has this symbol here. Oh, you're in Dallas. I'm in Frisco, so I'm not far from you. So you can see here, it says it's not real clear, but that's VTTA. It's up to date. He's imported in. He is already in there. Um, and so all of his stats, everything comes in. Now, here's the other nice thing. let's say this spell had not been, apparently it hasn't been imported. You know what? Arcane Lock, let's double check. What'll happen is it'll look at it and say that it's missing, but if you look at the compendium, and I really want something, I want to get rid of D&D Beyond Importer. I don't recommend that anymore. And we had this conversation yesterday, Tal. I don't recommend it at all. Um, so you look at the spells, SRD, that's Arcane Lock, right? Let's see. That should be a basic spell. So yeah, it's in here. But what'll happen is sometimes the spell is not showing up as the game itself will cross-reference and pick up that this is here, but there are a few spells that don't get brought in. Let's say it's a spell from a new book that's not in the basic compendium that's out there for everybody. VTTA used to import characters. It was perfect. So I'm hoping the guy sets it up again so it does import. Honestly, the VTTA character import was superior to the D&D Beyond importer. But that guy, he had this, and it just became a pain in the ass the way it was. So he scuttled the entire thing and started over. And the new one works really well. But I think that's probably going to be something he'll bring back in. But just remember, the D&D Beyond importer, it's free to do character imports. The only thing you have to pay for is if you want to push stuff up to the character that's on D&D Beyond. But what I do is I don't worry about pushing anything, because the things I would be pushing, you know, there are a lot of things in game, even in this, where there is not an item that is what these players find in the adventures. There's no item in the compendium. There's no item anywhere. But they'll say, you find this. Let's say it's like a bird with eyes made of diamonds and it's black, and it gives its description. And some character wants that on their character sheet. They don't want to sell it for the 1,000 gold pieces. They want to keep that. So you have to create that item in their inventory. And the minute you have these items that it sees as homebrew items, it won't let you push that up. Even though it's not a homebrew item, it's a fucking piece of treasure that's in the book that's just not an item that they want to create on their database at D&D Beyond. So that messes the push. It fails. So what I do is I keep their sheets this way, and then what I'll tell them is when you level up, do not buy equipment on D&D Beyond. I know, but what I tell them is do not buy equipment on D&D Beyond, and when I download their character, I download everything except gold and equipment. And then if there's spells that need to be imported, real quick, I let the spells come down, but sometimes that even fucks up because it only brings down the spells that they have prepared. It doesn't bring down their entire spell list. So I don't even bring those in anymore. I just pull in the new spells that they learned. Otherwise, it screws their entire spell list up, and it becomes a pain in the ass. I'm not at all happy with the D&D Beyond importer that Mr. Primate makes. Not at all. I do have my Cobalt cookie in, and it doesn't come down. So that's the problem. But I've had that set up like that forever, and it's always failed on my characters. It only brings down their prepared list. I have a lot of issues with the D&D Beyond importer. It does the same thing on like the NPC that I own that I built in D&D Beyond. It does the exact same thing. So I mean, technically, I own all the characters because they're building it inside of the campaign that I set up. I don't think so. I reset that every month. but it's been from the beginning where it fucks that up. So I'm not even going to worry about it. I just don't download those spells. I'll flip them in on them, and it's a 5 minute thing. It's a little longer because everybody's a goddamn spellcaster. We still don't have like a real fighter. The monk doesn't count because he gets killed easy. Yeah, it is. I just drag and drop and it's done. Which spellbook plugin? I use the one where like NPCs, if they have a spellbook, it creates a spellbook. Is that what you're talking about? What is it? Let me see. Because I know I've talked about that one before. Yeah. Yeah, I use that. And then sometimes because the spells in the spell book are not necessarily in the compendium, that's when I have to download them and create them and do a little editing on it. But it still gives me spell books that I can hand out to them that they found. All right, so let's finish here. We're going to set up all of our teleport zones that we need. I know we have the steps set up. I think the only other one we need is a statue. Yeah, I've run barbarian druids. That's always fun. And the other one is paladin warlocks, just to get back some smites after that short rest. And then I'll run Pact of the Chain, and if they let you do it, I'll use the alternate pseudo dragon. So the fact that I've got that 8 dex doesn't hurt me. It gives me advantage on saving throws against magic. Um, so I have a little more survivability. It just depends on the DM, though. I always let players do it. I don't care. I think it's an okay combination. And sometimes you got to help the paladin not get dead from that barrage of fireballs that just hit. All right, so let's read this. Each of these areas is hidden. Shield Master feat. Hidden behind a secret door. I mean, there are cheesy builds that I refuse to use that I messed with. Um, one cheesy build was but I did use it was oh, what's the feat? I ended up with 2 hand crossbows, and you were able to reload and do everything really fast. As long as DM allows it, it's all good. Which again, it's something I don't have a problem with. But and then there's the what laser beam sorcerer warlock mix, so that you can shoot at like ridiculous range and do ridiculous damage. And then what? There's like the assassin paladin, and I forget what the third one was that you throw on there. That as long as you get advantage, get to act first, you get your assassinate. Throw giant piles of dice at the beginning of the round because your smite and everything else just goes crazy. All right, so behind each secret door is dusty dead end hallway. I forget how I set this up, so I want to make sure. I think with that laser beam warlock sorcerer build, you can get out to like 1,200 feet. It's fucking ridiculous. So you see this flight of dragons coming in, and you're already going whop 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 whop. It's like, sorry, they're dead, but I won't play that because it's kind of a dick move. Yeah, it's one of those things where you sit down and you start crunching the numbers, and you're like, wow, I can make this really stupid. I think the funniest thing I ever played was a barbarian that I ran, and I had these two mages in the party, and they would always cast haste and flight on me. And we were playing Horde of the Dragon Queen, so I was like this flying pain in the ass barbarian. And every time like those dragons would come in, just out there, there's nothing they could do. So what triggers? Okay, so you touch the statue, you're instantly teleported. So I just need this to be like this 5 foot radius around. Just have a night crawler sound effect in there. All right, make it invisible. Go there. In, out. We'll just name it statues. Activate via map note, because that's how we roll. My players have learned. It's like you're dealing with kids half the time. What do you tell your kids? They go over and start touching something, and you're like, "What are you doing?" "I'm looking at it." And it's like, "No, you look with your eyes, not your hands." My players have finally learned you look with your eyes, not your hands. Because that's the shit that's killed them sometimes. So statues, activate via map note, snap to grid, in, out, good. Oh, I use the freaking uh, space bar all the time. All the time. Once they're in, once I start talking, the space bar gets hit. Them bouncing around and stuff. It's just kind of rude. So yeah, spacebar gets hit and they're told behave yourselves. All right, invisible, multi-level, in, out, statues. Map note, we didn't put the map note on the other one, so we need to go back and do that. What am I doing? There we go. Teleport. It has to go inside. So that's good. We need to go back here. Oh my God. When I ran Tomb of Annihilation, I had this one guy, and he would die so often. I'd just be like, all right, your character comes back in. You have those replacement characters that you give them that they're supposed to use if they die because they can't be brought back. And this guy used every one. In this one session, he comes in, and I forget where it was, but there's that one zone where they come in, there's that thing sitting up on a pedestal. If you touch it, you have to make a saving throw, or you become, you turn to stone. Well, this idiot comes in, touches it, fails his save, turns to stone. So I'm like, Jesus Christ. I didn't feel like messing around trying to figure out how to get him back in. I pulled out a random character. I gave it to him. I said, there's your next character. He swims on in, and what's everybody else doing? What does this bastard do? He runs over, and he says, I can make this saving throw. What do you think happened? Now there's two stupid fuckers with their hand on their turn to statue. I did it again. By the time we were done, there were 3 statues with their hand on this motherfucking thing. And I'm just like, I'll give you another guy after they're done in here because you're obviously too stupid to make it out alive. I mean, I was so pissed. So pissed. Who does that? I mean, it was so beyond dumb, I couldn't even believe it. I'm going to just throw a goblin or something on here. Because I know we left her down there, and I don't want her all over the map. So let's test it, and I'm pretty sure it'll work. So there's our goblin. We teleport. He's gone. Where'd he go? Where the fuck did he go? Where did he go? He's not there. Tell you what, let's take this NPC off. We're going to try her. All right, Marta, don't die. Tell you what, before we do that, let's double check this thing. So, in, out, statues, snap to grid, activate via map note. That's all good. Oh my God. It's got the same name. This is what, a 4x4, right? Let's look at the other one real quick. Oh, that's probably the problem. Look at that. It's not the right size. See, the statue made a difference. So that goblin is dead in the void. I'm going to move this map note, and we're going to redraw this one. So it might be the size that got us there. I think it is. invisible, in, out, statues, activate via map note, update drawing. Keep doing that. To move our map note into here. Tell you what, poor Marta, she's going to die horribly. So there we go. She's there. She's gone. Hopefully she's not actually gone. Bam! Whew. That was stressful. Where'd she go? Where did she go? Oh, we know she's not on the cave steps. We have to fix this. So it's not set for scene local on this side. She'll be over here. I guarantee it. So as long as, which they need to be right on top of this no matter what. Let's take a look. It could be that snap to grid set on there too. It's just this zone right here that is being difficult. Let's make it a little bigger. So right there, that's... we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's roughly 250. We need it right at 200. By 200. What the fuck? It really wants to be that size. Watch, I'm going to move it. I mean, in all honesty, it might not hurt if we do it that way, since it's being overly picky about the size. So maybe let's do it like that. Let's just make sure she shows up. It's not happy about this flipping back and forth, is it? All right, it worked. So that's fixed. Poor Marta, she's got clones embedded in the wall all over the place, doesn't she? All right, so now we have the cave steps going to that mid. We have this working, going between the statues. Now we need this, which is right here, going up and down. And we're going to test this out too. So this will be... do it a little bit bigger. So we'll name this stairs right. These are 2 sets of steps. We want them going to the correct side. Stairs right. Activate via map note. Update. Tell you what, we don't need... well, we already did it. Let's do it. I bet she's sitting over here. Look. That's where they went. We need to eliminate those. So we need to eliminate this. I didn't even think that's where they were going. And I don't know why I'm worried about keeping these, but we're gonna keep them. Just shows you how consistent I am in naming these stupid things. Yeah. Well, actually, the naming convention works on these scenes, but and we're not going to have that many that are going to have this. I'll never name anything that again. Let's just go in here and I think what we need to do is a designator because we might end up having like another cave teleport or something. I think I know what I'm going to do. So it's at least designated to a specific map. Hey Ash, how's it going? We don't want them disappearing to the wrong map again. It's going. Can't complain then. I mean, you can, but nobody's going to listen. I'm kidding, of course. All right, so this will be just to make sure. We're going to put the map name on the ends of these. So on the end of these descriptions, we'll try to remember to always put the name of the map. Well, now we have our naming convention. Are you doing better after last week? I know you were upset. Ash. We need the map note. Update. Drop this right there. This we'll amend to statue Y roll. There you go. See, I always go straight to the anger stage and I just stay there. It's much healthier. There are no phases of grief with me. Ash. Damn it, Ash. Newcomer. How you doing, newcomer? All right, let's see. So we've set that to the Y roll. Y roll. I think those are the only teleports here. I'm going to verify though. And then we need to go to the lower. All right, so that's cave steps Y roll. This is statue Y roll. So that one's right. And we're going to test all these. We're going to throw our thing on there and go hog freaking wild. So here is stairs left, stairs right, and Y roll. We need to add that now here. And I think we need to add the other. Damn it. I would deactivate and get rid of that map if I didn't have to transfer stuff from one zone to another. All right, so we're going to go here. Invisible. Activate via map note. Done. Put the map note on there. Then we'll do this one. In, out. We could have them go up the left steps and end up on the other side and just have them be like, what the hell's going on? If they actually notice. I think that would be funny, but we're not going to do that. No. Oh. Just trying to drag the folder. That was stupid. Stairs right, stairs left. Cave steps. We need to amend this name. I think that's all of them. So let's test them with our favorite crazy NPC. She is batshit crazy. All right, cave steps Y roll. She disappears. We know this is the lower. And there she is. So we'll send her back up. And there she is. Now we're going to throw her over here. And bam. Sweetness. That's working so far. Then we're going to throw her over here. We'll do that. It's working. We know it's going to work. I'm just, you know, we were just kind of a little bit freaked out after the whole disappearing character bit. So we've got the stairs, the caves, and we're going to double check and make sure this is good. And then we're good. Doesn't get any better than that. Where is she? Don't disappear. There she is. And there she is. Yes! Hey, Enforcer, it is going awesomely. How are you this fine day? All right, we have all of our teleport zones working perfectly. Now we just have to populate and put notes on all of these stupid maps. Doesn't get any better than that, though. Done. So I was thinking I was going to have to come in and actually repopulate this. And I tested something before I got on today. And so here's our map, the new one. Doesn't have anything on it, right? It's not going to be perfect because I didn't build this exactly like the other one. It's, you know, honestly, I think this map looks better than the old one. Because we changed some stuff up. Trying to figure out a new character. Nothing wrong with that. So all of these rooms, I mean, this is a lot of creatures to populate, right? I don't want to mess with that at all. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to, let's zoom in and see if there's anybody up any higher than that point. There's not. It looks like it comes down to those spiders there. So watch this. I was amazed when Control C worked. Absolutely amazed. So here's Control C. We'll do it like there. Paste. I mean, it's not perfect, but they're already dropped. So let's place some flying spiders over here. I think we had these guys like up here. There's the drow riding them. Let's see. We could do that. Let's just move them as a group. Move them as a group. These will move individually. And we have to because the trees aren't exactly where we left them. And then we'll move these guys as a group. And there it is. All done. DM is only allowing player handbook +1. I admit that's one of my rules I still stick to. My group on Wednesday was built, you know, back when player handbook +1 was a thing. So their characters have to stay within that rule set. If in this lifetime we ever finish this adventure, then I'll contemplate changing, but I kind of, you know, I admit I kind of always have, I like the player handbook +1 rule set. That's just me, though. And if we're being honest, if if I'm playing with a brand new group, and when I say brand new group, I mean where they are new players, they've never played before. Um, then I'll generally do player handbook only because I want them to learn the rules, not to search the internet for power builds. And stuff like that I'm inflexible on, with new players. Well, what do you want your I mean, let's see. What'd you say you're going to be? So you're going to be a cleric thief. I mean, you could go that. You could go. I mean, if you really wanted to be, if you're going trickery, you could do sword coast and what is it, the swashbuckler rogue. That way, you'd be really good with your fucking weapon and be able to use your charisma modifiers and stuff. So I think out what am I gonna have cleric as like some splashing healing and mostly try to be a damage rogue, looking for that sneak attack damage, or do I want to concentrate on cleric? I'd look at which of the two is going to benefit most from a book based on how I plan to play it. You know what I mean? I think I can grab this whole group here. Enforcer, thank you for the follow. I should add this in so you're not hearing echo, echo, echo. And if you're going to follow, don't forget to follow over on YouTube since we will be moving there permanently on October 1st. Oh, you know what? I just really screwed the pooch there. Really screwed the pooch. What I should have done is just grabbed everybody and moved them into place. There you go, Ash. You're doing a fine job. We don't want to leave the poor lizards in the mountain. We need to get an image for these freaking lizards instead of using the generic. That's what we need to do. All right, then we need the boss crew there. That came in pretty close. Very close. That's the problem with like these. You put a throne in, and the throne is always centered, right? And I don't think I've ever seen a room where you come in and the throne, when it's centered, is like centered on this. And you don't want to offset it because it'll just look wrong. So she can't sit in her own chair. That's really annoying. That is really annoying. Enforcer Hound. You're killing me. But I wish these rooms were designed so stuff would fit centered and you could seat them. I mean, I always try to place my chairs and stuff in a room where they're there. You know what I mean? And things look symmetrical. Symmetry is important to me. I think we'll do this room next. They're identical in size, so as long as I use my noggin and select these damn things properly, it'll work. So I think it was like place do there. So it's still like bottom corner, isn't it? Oh, not really. I can't even identify what the hell it's doing. Can't even identify. But thank you for the sub. Oh, that was the sub on YouTube. I think. There's the sub on YouTube. All right. I You know what? I'm going to just throw these guys in here. No. Well, maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Let's get the hospital done first. So copy. See, the plus to doing it this way is... See, there is no rhyme or reason to how these things are being placed. Now that's my fault. I had to make a decision on getting these things to be nice and even as rows on the map. And we opted to do it this way. And we can say they're sitting on the side of their hospital bed. Right? It works. All right, so that room's populated. And stuff like this, I feel like, you know, I'm much happier with how the map looks now as opposed to, I'm pretty sure when I built this one, let's take a look. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not, it's six, like I like to say, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. This looks okay. I think the other one looks a little cleaner. And I think we actually have full 5-foot squares that they can move in on the new map. And that's important. Of course, they should never be going through here, if we're being honest. Unless they come into this, you know, they come into this zone, they murder hobo their way through. And this is the problem right here. This room, if they would have come in and started combat, there's 4 players at level 10. You've got a CR25 here, a CR20. You've got a shit ton of other guys. These are like in the CR range that they are, as is this, they're going to fucking die. They're just going to die. So they didn't murder Hobo. They negotiated like you should, and now they're going to have to make a deal with her. Wipe out the denizen here, and I'll probably give them a bonus mission to come over here because there's actually some gauntlets of ogre strength that one of their characters could use, and then they can get the hell out of there. But if they would have tried to fight, they would have been dead. Now, if we still had the one dude in the group that used to play, he would come into places like this and just try to murder Hobo. And that's why he died 7 times on 6 levels in this campaign alone. I've never seen somebody die so many times. It is amazeballs how many times somebody can kill themselves. Amazeballs. But let's face it, bad players will be bad players. And there is nothing you can do about that. Well, not in D&D. You kill yourself, and if somebody's feeling generous, they spend the money, they resurrect you, then you kill yourself again. Nobody. It got to the point where none of our characters who could would resurrect him. It was kind of funny. They had no intention of wasting spell components anymore. I think I had these much more neatly set up before. All right, so we did those. We did those guys. There's supposed to be a couple of dudes in here. Where? No, that's not it. I'm thinking of another place. Right, so now we need these guys copied. Go into 24A. There's 24B has nothing in it. It says tunnels. 24C, I think, has some ghouls or something in there. Eating on the corpses. That's 24C. Small rooms are a little bit easier to do the copy paste. Those massive rooms. So we did that. Let's go to 21. Put our giant spiders in their home. I know we've got something over here. Now this is what I want to see, so let's take a look. We have this treasure chest. It has the gauntlets of ogre strength in it, right? So let's copy that. And let's see if it moves over properly. Sweet. So we don't have to create our treasure again either. That makes Dad very happy. We'll put it there so we can see it easier. Definitely makes me happy. So what do we have here? All right, we got that. So we need to place these in here. Pretty sure there is nothing here, but we're going to double check. I think that's just like a smashed room. It is. No guys. We're good. I love speed populating. Another chest. It's got a healer's kit, potion of healing, silvered arrows, and a torch if they search in here. All handy dandy stuff. This room doesn't have anybody in it. This is that stupid trap. Let's see. Chest. And the reason we're doing it this way is I want that chest to come over with that in it so I don't have to remake it. All right. So we need that one in the chair. This is a busy room. Fortunately, they're all injured. So if they do come in starting trouble there, they may not die. I'm kind of amazed that my group has stopped, starting trouble everywhere they go. And all it took was the one character, finally leaving the group. That's better. All right, so let's look here. This room, nothing. This room has a dude. Let's take a look if we can just select going across. This room, there's nothing in there. This room and this room will go like that. I feel like there's two stacked there. Let's have a look. Yeah, there are. I saw the 4 tokens and I'm like, wait a minute. I don't see 4 tokens. Ooh. Did we? I think we set these sound effects up here. I want to see. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, we did. And what that is, it's like screaming when you walk near those objects. There we go. So those are good. It's one of those things where, ooh, I forgot there's this teleport here. That's right. It goes there. And I remember I said there's that stupid room. They fall here 60 feet, take 66 damage. We got to set that up. See, the false mirror gate. Creature stands up, dies, and says something flattering about Hollister. The mirror vanishes, revealing a dusty corridor. Any creature that steps through the mirror is teleported along with its worn and carried items to the top of shaft 60-foot shaft in area 22A, where they fall and take 66 damage. First creature to fall for the trap triggers a magic mouth spell. Hollister's mouth appears on the wall and says, "You fell for it. Get it? Fell for it. Ha 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 ha." So that is awesome. I like that one. So we'll name that Fall 22A, right? Not what it said. 22A. We'll drop our map note on there. We're going to make this one a little smaller. Must be greater than 32. About 32. Doesn't have to be greater than, it lied. No, we need to change this to in only. And that one to out only. So it's in only, snap to grid. This one doesn't activate because it's in only. And then this one needs to be out. This needs to be in. The other one needs to be out, right? Duh. Let's try it. She goes through the portal. There we go. She falls, takes 60 feet of damage. Done. That was the one teleport we forgot that we had to put in here. And this is just first character through. No level or anything, so any of the players can go through there. good deal. So that's from 16. Furnishing, bookshelves. Pretty sure there's nothing in here. No treasure, no dudes or dudettes. Let's see, 14 has treasure chest. Easy peasy. That's the silverware. We might have this fully populated now. Let's take a look. We didn't do these two guys. Actually, I think we do. We'll come back and double check the individual rooms. But I think now we can go to the mid-level, start populating there, because that's where those two things came from. Came from right here. So now we have those things got built properly on the map. I think I need to come in and make one adjustment on these walls. Yeah. Limited update. So let's do this. So now they're terrain walls instead of regular walls. And that makes it so it looks like pillars instead of walls. So let me pull up on this side. I need to pull up my my reference map. And we're going to start from the top. Let's turn the lights on. And we need to start adding our notes in. So this is, we're going to kind of work our way around. Actually, let's just go in order for a change. So this is shattered mirrors. This right here, secret hallway. This is going to be the big combat room for my group. It's where the namesake big boss of this level is sitting. Okay, we fixed those yesterday, so that's good. This zone here is just hallway, no designator. We have a lab up here. A and 4B. I am going to populate this right now because we didn't populate it the first time for some reason. This has 8 ghouls, 2 in each pile. Ghouls are already up to date. We know they're in there. Go to creatures. It's D&D Beyond Integration. Undead. And we've got 1, 2 in each pile. Not a ghost. Not a ghast. Just a ghoul. We'll select all these dudes and make them invisible because they're hiding in the pile. Disrupt the pile. Let's see, what makes them come out and want to kill everybody? Oh, anybody searches the room, they burst forth and attack. Good deal. It's not like it's a big deal. They're freaking ghouls. Let's see, is there treasure in here? I didn't do anything in there. No treasure. All right, so that room is done. We went through room 5 or 4. 5 is over here, and it's 5A, B, and C. So there's A, B, C. They already got in here and got this chest, so I don't need to populate that. They never found the secret door because they never searched for secret doors. Drives me crazy. I mean, seriously, they never search for secret doors. Ever. Get her off of there so she's not on the wrong map. I'm curious, Tal. I know you're doing like homebrew content. Do you have you been going in and setting up your journal entries and stuff like that and dropping map notes and all down, or what are you doing? You know, if it gets skipped, it gets skipped. And you know, in the case of some of these zones with secret doors, they're missing out on magic items and all kinds of stuff. Now, it's a good thing when they came down here. I'm going to be honest. When they came down here, they weren't in good shape. So if they would have found this secret door, worked their way up, found this secret door, and walked in here, they would have met the level boss and three other creatures that would have probably wiped the entire party. So, you know, it's one of those times where I'm like, I'm glad they didn't find the secret doors for a change. But most of the time, I'm like, Jesus Christ, why don't you guys like do perception rolls and stuff? They drive me nuts. I mean, for God's sake, they even have a wand of secrets that they could use once in a while. That was given out in this adventure. And I think they literally forget that it's there. I mean, that's a pretty big thing to get. And then you're like, well, I could look for secret doors. How could we do that? Let's use this wand of secrets. What was I looking for? All right. So this room. You know what? You just go with it. You don't have enough to make the checks. You don't have enough to make the checks, but you still freaking roll it. All right. So we need light sources in here. And we're going to copy and paste these. I'm going to turn the light off because we want to see what this is going to look like. So I'm going to set the bright radius at 20. And it's not going to be bright when we're done. This is why. 0. Oh, that's not going to work. Oh, that's what I need to do. Stupid. What? It is a valid hex string. Now it's valid. And we don't want it to overwhelm, so we're going to take the intensity down to like 0.4. We'll update and then watch. Copy, paste. The purple room. And I think we'll end up turning the intensity down because we have quite a few of these lanterns in here. And I think well, there are other things I'll have to show you. This is another thing that sold me on this. If I hadn't have already owned it, this would have done it for me. I'll drop a light source out in the middle and show you some of the silly stuff you can do. All right, so we want this to be local light, animation, set it as a torch and it gives you a flicker. Let's see, hold on. So I'm going to turn this one up so it's bright and you can see the different stuff it'll do. So there's like a torch light. You could do it so it pulses. Set it to chroma and it'll just cycle through. You can do it as a pulsing wave. I use this a lot for some zones. The light dome is nice. Haven't figured out a reason to use that yet, but maybe someday. There's a hex dome. The ghostly light, I've used that before too. It actually looks nice. Energy field dome. This, if only the black worked perfectly, it would be awesome. And then the black hole doesn't work really well. Now, the only issue you have if you add those light emanations is going to be, more lights in an area, the more resources it uses. So again, you're going to bump up against resources on somebody's computer. So a lot of times something like this I'll set up so it's just light. Yep, perfect for in there. All right, let's go back to daylight. Now we see that that is set up properly. This, what we really need is another light source. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20. Now this light source, I've tried using the black hole and a couple others, and it really doesn't generate darkness. And you need it to generate darkness. Yeah. So this should be dark, and it's not. Color intensity, let's mess with that. See, if we go to darkness, see, it still is giving off light. I don't think the rotation angle is going to make a bit of difference. Yeah, I mean, the issue is going to be that no, that didn't work. We have a halfling, so they have to pay the light tax, and all it did was made it even brighter. So I might have to do a little research and see. They've already gone through this zone, but I kind of want to do some research and see what would make that work. Let's take a look. Source with a negative value in its emission radius. Ha! There you go. Done. Thank you, Reddit. So that takes care of that. Would have been nice if I'd figured that out before my players got there. Let's light the room up and see what it looks like. Perfect. I never thought about putting a negative value in the radius. Would have never thought of doing that. There you go. I mean, you can put maps together pretty quick. I didn't I didn't put this one together quick at all. I think I had 13 hours in on the map getting it redone. This would be nice if we had the multi-level set up because there's actually a balcony here. And they could look up and kind of see the balcony. We've been in this. We only play every Wednesday, 2 hours. And we're almost 2 years in. And they're on level 10. This has 23 levels. So, do the math. It's going to be like 4 years at this point. And I'm at the point now where I think I need to find another player. We had 6, we're down to 4. $11. There's 12 over here. We've already populated 12. Yeah, these big campaigns, 2 hours is not great. You know what I mean? Now we played playing Pathfinder, we played damn it. We played Curse of the Crimson Throne, that took like a year and a half. Rise of the Rune Lords, that took between a year and a half and 2 years. And we played once a week for about 6 hours a time. Yeah. Well, I don't think any NPCs survived. The ones that we were supposed to go and save because my table is so slow and methodical, which is good if you're not on a time frame. But you know, in a campaign like that where you have a specific time frame, um, yeah, that's just not going to work. And the funniest thing in that campaign was when players died because they like got that one that they rolled. You know, when you had to check, what was it, like every day or something to see if your soul went away. But we had players die from that. If there was something they could die from, they died from it. I think we're actually going to finish this up ahead of what I thought. This is a room that I'm afraid is going to kill him. This guy here, I mean, he does a shit ton of damage if he hits. And of course, we're going to do as a two-handed attack. He's going to get his multi-attack, 3 attacks, plus his sting. What does the sting do? Reach 10 feet, 9 to hit, make a save or take 68 poison. And saving doesn't make you immune to the poison. Has to be specified in the description. This is going to be brutal. That's why I say it's possibility of what? 4d10 and 68. That's a lot of damage in one round. Fortunately, this and this are blank, immunities and resistances. That could be the only thing that saves them, but I'm not feeling confident in that. But that's not the only thing they're fighting. They're fighting these guys too. You know, the corrupting touch, 3d6 plus 2 necrotic damage. Got the horrifying visage. They could end up being frightened. The whale. There's so much shit that they can do. So these are like a group of 11s going up against this shit. They could be fucked. And this crap, the whale, fail on the con saving throw. My group cannot make a saving throw. Drop to 0 hit points. Oh my god. They do, but you know what they don't do? You can guess. They do have to play it smart. That's not going to happen, though. Not going to happen. And I don't think this group played together with these people for about 2.5, 3 years. I don't think they've run into a banshee. So, I don't know. I think they're doomed. Doomed, I tell you. So they've already been in here. They found this treasure. They've been all through that zone. Been through here. Came down here before I had the lighting set correctly. What did I do in here? See, I just set up 3 of them, and I don't think I have them pulsing or anything. I had them set up as a torch. They haven't fought these guys, so let's put these in play. The undead shambling mounds. Those will be fun. Instead of lightning healing them, necrotic and poison will heal. One of my players loves to throw out necrotic and poison. That won't work as well as they think. Yeah, the undead variety is pretty brutal. But it was funny because they came in this room and they saw that pile of bones and they go, that's scary. We're not going near that. And all they had to do was touch the bones. And, these things go, bam, how you doing? It would have been awesome. It still may happen. And then this, when they take that darkness down, there's a statue there. The one guy failed his saving throw. And to open this door, you have to be insane. If you've been turned insane, have an insanity going on, and you touch the door, it opens. Otherwise, you can't unlock it. Nothing will unlock it. And they couldn't figure that out. You always have insanity going. Not even knock. It's like a special door that you have to be batshit crazy to open. It's they're like gods in front of each of those doors. They're statues, and it's something. Each one of the doors has something to do with how that god would open it. Nope, chaotic wouldn't work. And chaotic isn't crazy. I'm pretty sure I talked about that before. Chaotic is just, you act on a whim. All right. So I'm going to put the markers down up there, but we've already cleared those rooms out. And they got the treasures, I think, too. But I'm going to mark it. Because if I don't, I'll feel incomplete. Like, chaotic good, I mean, doesn't mean you can't steal shit, but if you are stealing shit, you're doing it to help people. You're not really being selfish or stupid. That's how I've always looked at it. I mean, I've played with players where they're like, I'm chaotic, I can do whatever I want, and then they go in, they want to be chaotic good, and they murder like somebody, and it's like, no, that's an evil act. You're now chaotic neutral. One more step, and you're unplayable and have to re-roll a new character. I mean, I look at it like they act on feelings, and shit, I didn't want to bring that in twice. And if you're good, those feelings aren't going to generally be horrible. You know, you're not going to feel like burning down an orphanage for shits and giggles. You know, you might be a little selfish, but you're going to act on feelings more than anything. And those feelings aren't going to be defined by like insanity. I've had too many players that play chaotic characters like they're all fucking Harley Quinn, and it's like, no. That's unplayable at a table because eventually, the players at the table are going to fucking kill you or just not want to play with you. Well, your DM didn't know shit. If he thought you're playing chaotic good and you're going to become a murder hobo, that's not chaotic good. That's chaotic evil. I mean, that's just bad DMs that have those expectations because they don't understand alignments. And trust me, there are a lot of bad DMs in the world. I think we're done. What time is it? It's not even 1 o'clock. I really thought we'd be all day finishing this thing up. Let's look here in 8. Remains. Um, I mean, there was a fucking helmet in here that was treasure, and they're like, I'm not touching that. It was cursed. I really expected somebody to have this stupid helmet on that would make them exceedingly stubborn and think they're right all the time. That could never be removed. That would have been funny. But I mean, if you're chaotic good, I assume that you like to fight, and it was like there's some evil guy. I have no problem going and fighting and shit, but I'm not going to go out and like murder people in a bar fight for shits and giggles. I'm just double checking some of these rooms. So magical moonbeam shines from the ceiling, 6 foot tall statue. So I need to cast moonbeam in here and have that on all the time. I'm going to pull it in there. It's not really missing. Let's see if we can cast it from here. So I need to pull Moonbeam off of another character and cast it. I'm curious. Circle. Special effects. Look at this shit. Will it work? Yeah, that's reasonable. All right, so we don't want it to be flames. Let's see if we can get this to see if we can get this to look like what we need it to look like. That might work. Let's adjust the color. We'll put it there like a moonbeam. Now, can we make an adjustment to the template? Inner opacity, let's take it down here. See, that way they'll be able to see the statue. So we'll put that there. Indicates the moonbeam. Kinda. Only one able to draw blood from the big bad evil guy. How the hell did that happen? What was your class and why couldn't anybody else hit it? Sounds like a very poor encounter design. And the ranger was the only thing that could hit? Oh God, look at these things. They're only CR9, 200 hit points. What are their features? That just sounds like bad design. And you didn't have spellcasters? I'm waiting for the butt. Oh, God. That sounds like a player that needed to be tossed from the table. You know, I've said before, I don't put up with any of that kind of shit. That's the role play that doesn't happen in my tables, ever. So I think this level's done. It is. It is done. We have like 3 horrible encounters. I'm going to open the doors in the direction that I know they've gone. They went up here. They didn't go there. They've been through here. They never found that. They didn't go this way. I mean, the DM needs to. Characters aren't always going to do. No, no, don't at me. Oh, you know what? I'm going to test something. I'm going to test something. So let's see. Come on, work, motherfucker. How did I successfully redeem it? It's not. It's not happening. All right. I think it's still just not wanting to work. Try this again. Still not happening. It's acting like the redemption is happening, but it's not triggering. So we'll have to figure that one out. It's going to drive me crazy. Old blind dwarf in a cavern offers everyone mead. I don't take it. Mead was spiked with something to knock everybody out since I didn't drink it. Okay, well, fine. Now you see 25 more dwarves emerging from the dark, all with spears and arrows pointed at you. I don't know. Just sounds like a bad DM. I'm going to verify the room contents. We know that's there. I need to now do this. Let's get our players on the board. They've passed through here, so we're not going to worry about blocking line of sight there. They haven't gone that way. Came through that door. That's where they're going back this week. So I'm just going to check. I think they've all done their long rests. Yeah, they should be good. Everything came over. So we will and now I need to fix their tokens because I had this set up to make up for the fact that they couldn't see anything with their freaking max. So now we'll set our light, our vision. 2040. They're not radiating light. Actually, they don't have. 0. Update token. Let's kick him out of the room temporarily. 5, 10, 15, 20. And then this character should have dim vision to 60. Not radiating any light. Sounds like a bad DM. Let's transition to darkness now. We'll make sure all these visions are working properly. So she's got her dim vision. He's got his torches working. He's good on dim vision. That's good. That's good. Attack the dragon and die. Die horribly. $40. All good. All right. These are the two players that I've had to make token corrections and stuff because they could not see anything on that big ass map. Now we're below the pixel limit on all of our maps. They should be able to play, see, and be happy, hopefully. Only took us like 16 hours to get the map rebuilt and set up for our two players, but it did teach us a valuable lesson. So I think I'm going to take a look at our, tell you what, let's take a look at our maps. I think I'm going to have one, maybe two more maps that I have to redo because of their computers. Let's take a look. Troglodyte Warrens. This has got to be redone. Motherfucking hell. And this one's going to be a nightmare to rebuild. So we'll have to, I think we'll have to, we might just cut this map in half. It would make sense to kind of cut it here, come around through there, chop that, come through here and chop that. And that'll leave us a top and bottom. And maybe what we'll do is right here before they get to, I don't know. What I might do is cut it in like that, throw the secret door, make it so as they step through, they get there and then they teleport into the other map. I think that'll do it. Oh, you know what? I don't think I have to chop it at all. We ended up doing this so it was we put 5-foot squares in. We fucked the map up when we built it. Oh, we did a redo of it. Oh god, thank god I have a redo folder. Yeah, we redid that one. I forgot we did that in stream and rebuilt that map. I mean, I'm not thoroughly thrilled with it, but I'm not having to redo it is a good thing. Let's check the next level. The maze level is 67 by 89. So that needs to be chopped, and I'm thinking we're going to redo this anyway, because this was using original assets. So I want to redo it using something else. I hate that floor. I hate a lot of the stuff on this. So we're going to redo that map. All right, we're feeling good about this. That is done. Let's turn the lights off on every level. Yeah, they are color coded for your convenience. You see a metallic dragon, you pretty much know they're good. You don't need to attack them. You see the chromatics, and you know, we're probably fucked if it sees us. I mean, that's basic adventurer knowledge. And attacking a good aligned dragon and killing it makes you a dick. Exactly. It's generally for mockery and, you know, reminding you that it's going to kill you horribly. Or for story reasons that any of the chromatics decide that they're going to negotiate with you and then betray you at the end after you do what you asked, unless they're like lawful evil. All right, we have the lights off. We have all of our teleports set up. All of these maps are bad graphics card friendly. I'm going to make sure my gate's unlocked. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Were you panicking? I wasn't going to leave you in here by yourself. I mean, by definition, a red dragon is never neutral. It may decide you're beneath taking the time to fuck with, but they're not neutral. They will still burn a town down for shits and giggles. All right, tell you what, the fact that we are done that map is awesome. So let me sign out of here. And we're going to pull up. I didn't expect to be starting another map, but let's do it. See, once we figured out copy paste, that we're able to pull those things over and populate quickly, that made our life a lot easier. Yeah, but the older they are, the bigger they are, and the more powerful they are. They know that, missing an eye or not. I mean, you could have an ancient one-eyed red dragon, and that thing is going to fucking murder the party. In fact, it's probably going to be more inclined to attack anything it sees because it's pissed off at whoever took its eye. All right, so we're going to pull that up. We're going to pull this tool up. We'll pull up. That's not the right one. This tool. But the fact that your party was like, let's do it, did they attack and how many perished horribly? I mean, if they were stupid like that, and I'm like, let's leave it alone, it hasn't noticed us, I would step back and let them all die. Good or not, I don't care. You know, stupid. The Darwin Award exists in D&D too. Let's admit it. I might have just said, hey, go for it. I'm going to sit back and chuckle. Where did this go? Of course. This monitor has two inputs. I need to get this. Here. There we go. All right. I think I'm going to start from scratch. Oh, now look at this. So each one of these towers has a second floor. So we could utilize that and create these towers as second floor things and use the levels and all that stuff and experiment on this one. That might be worthwhile. But like I said, we're going to do this. So first let's chop this down. That was the first mistake we made. We did not crop the map. So now it's cropped. Let's output it, and as long as it drops down below that, yeah, using better roofs, levels, and better walls, that would actually be worth experimenting with, because we would just need, these things done real small as tiles, and then we could place them in there. Multiple copies of the same tile. Because we have the roof, we have the second floor, and then there's the first floor. I think we're going to do that. I am positive we're going to do that. All right, so first let's export this. So this is what? The maze level. We'll create a new folder here. We'll just do what we always do, name it like that. And when we come in here, I did the download of some new assets. We're going to try those version 3 assets, see what they look like. We may end up killing it coming in with the old. I created a new folder with that, plus the other stuff that I use. All right, level 8, what should he have? If he's rolling a d6 every level, he should have like 48 hit points. Well, that's where you just use the average. I always let the players use the averages. Rolling for hit points is punitive. You've always got that one player in the group who is going to just, the odds will despise them. So I do averages, no rolls. And it's one less thing to complain about. All right, so we'll go into 400%. Let's find a midpoint on this map. Let's see if we can get this the first time. I think it's unlikely, but we'll see. Didn't work. All right, so what do we want to do? Width first? Let's do that. Let's try. Could it be that lucky? That grew too much. Then we'll take it down 1/6. See, there we go. So the width is fine, it looks like. Now we'll do the height. Let's see. Did we get the height right? Those are all set. We're always going to have that problem. And because we're going to use those as tiles, we're good. It was like the quickest we've done that. So there you go. It's hold on. Why are you being such a whiny little boy? Oh, I don't want to hear it. No. Nobody's going to give you anything. And the lawnmower guy's out back, so you can't go out there. You can't. Calm down. So there you go. 100 pixels, 59 by 78. So it'll be 7,800 pixels across, or high. We're perfect. I mean, that's pretty common. People suffering damage envy, but it's usually the case where somebody doesn't understand the character they're supposed to play. So we need 59 by 78. So this will be new. We're going to edit our assets. Where is it? Forgotten Adventures. V3. I think we're going to load just the FA assets. And let's see if that gives us enough to do everything. It seems to me this is pulling in too many. We'll keep the elevations. I mean, is it pulling this stuff out and this is all the V3 stuff? I need to open up the other folder just to see if it's pulling stuff in from there, but it shouldn't be because they're not even the same. It's not even like it's a subfolder of one. Yeah, it's picking up the old stuff. Why? Let me see what the hell's going on here. I think I know what I need to do because we are popping a new folder. So let's do this. We're going to turn off all the stuff that we had picked out before because it's pulling in the previous folder. We'll select a single FA pack that's from this new version 3. We'll accept. And then we need So this will be 59 wide, 78 high. And then I'm going to restart it just to see if it decides to work right. Just because crazy girl is barking doesn't mean you bark. It does not. Oh my God. He thinks it means he needs to bark. So this should, when I restart it, load into the new folder and hopefully forget about that other folder. And I want to see, because I know that the new assets don't necessarily play well with the old assets. Curious what we've gained and what we've lost. Damn, this is a giant pile of stuff in here. So I'm going to have to just look at what's inside this folder, and that's what we're going to activate. Basically, if it says V3, that's what we're going to activate. And I'm hoping the body, shield, statues, everything comes in there. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 total packs. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that's the total right there. So let's save again. Now let's see how awful this is. This is going to take a while. I'm always curious to see what the new assets and stuff look like when there's changes. Yeah, Ash, I know. I've never played with a group that pulls that kind of shit. You know, why's the girl the leader kind of thing. Of course, I'll admit when I do play, because usually the DM will be like, "What do you do?" and people sit there. I end up when nobody's saying anything. I'm like, "Hey, let's try this. What do you think?" And end up becoming the de facto leader. And if somebody else wants to, that's fine. But if they do something stupid, I'll be like, "Hey, you going in? I'll wait here." And then sometimes some of the members of the party are like, "Yeah, we'll wait with him." And the other's like, "Yeah, let's go." And then we hear him die horribly. And it's like, ah, what a shame. It's just a lot of stuff coming in. So I wanted to see what it brings in, and I'm curious how it's going to be broken down. This is going to be a while. That's only FA assets A. We did A through F. I feel like I could take a nap, and then when I wake up, it would all be ready. Either that or we're going to crash. I think I need to see if there's a way to preload these assets. Let's look that up. I thought I read something. We're in asset B now. This is going to be a while. Never expected to have like massive load. What? You're such a problem today. You're such a problem. He is a problem. We're in C. Oh, there's a way to make this go quicker. I'm going to see if I can't. We're probably going to close down and then reopen. Let me do this. Let me close that down. What's happening is it's creating thumbnails. Stop. So what we're going to do is, all right, I just downloaded the actual thumbnails. So we're going to wait for that to go. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to go in and find the thumbnail folder. This is very exciting, I know. This is what we're waiting on right now, is these thumbnails to completely move over. I'm going to put our Be Right Back screen on. I'm going to grab something to drink, let him out, because he's looking very upset. And hopefully this will be copied over by then, and we'll be able to finish this fresh install. It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh, shit.
Spy plane available for tasking. Spy plane is never overhead.
Die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
His head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been the nightmare for Eggs. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is still overhead.
Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Ah, yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, Shannon. Hold on. You're mine! Oh! Ah. That's it. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-spy deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter-spy plane is...
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. That was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the... All right, we're back. Apparently still waiting. This is just a massive download. So once this is converted, I'm going to delete my old thumbnail folder. And throw this in there. Now tomorrow, we can probably get back to playing some Assassin's Creed. Since we did our mapping yesterday and today. So I think that'll be what we do. So close. There we go. Got to delete the old folder, so we're going to wait for that to happen. So now we'll drop the new one in here, and hopefully... There we go. We're hoping this goes a little bit quicker. So yeah, the interesting part of this map that we're going to redo is the fortress that's in there. This. Now, they say it's like a spider-shaped fortress. I don't know. It looks more like a beetle-shaped fortress to me, but, you know, we're going to build it exactly as is. And we'll take a look at the descriptions and stuff. In fact, maybe while we're waiting for this thumbnail folder to paste over, let's take a look. I'm going to move this and this out of the way, and we're going to take a look at the actual description of that building. It's been a while since we did it. There we go. So caves, there's fog on the floor. Might be able to represent that in here. We'll see. That's areas 18 and 19. All right, 30-foot tall outer walls and 40-foot high towers stand along them. Smooth black stones. I think we know what we'll use there. Um, Cavern's 100 feet high. No light sources. Let's look at these. The tower has male drow mage. Inside, 8 male drow. All right, the keep. Fashioned some from seamless black stone with veins of silver running through it. Don't have that. Windowless edifice, striking resemblance to a crouching spider. Central oval of the keep has 15-foot high walls and 30-foot high domed roof. So I guess we'll see if there's any type of domed roof or something that we can give this the appearance of, since we're going to use the multi-level tokens and the levels and all that kind of stuff. So I think this one, we're not going to be able to use the building tool. Contemplating. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to experiment. We're going to drop texture down. Then we're going to use the building tool to drop something on top of it here. And we'll see if that works. It may or may not work. We're not going to hold out hope. All right, thumbnails are done. Let's go ahead and launch that now. See, now it's going in, it's seeing the thumbnails, so it should load pretty quick. There we go. So first, let's bring in our trace image. Let's see, 2.56 is usually the magic number. And there it is. So I think what we're going to do, ooh, we got some new stuff. Might be worth it just for the additional textures. I am looking for my cave floor though. And also, let's see. Terrain brush. All right, we'll use that as our rock. Cave floor. So we'll bring this up. All right, so we can put that there. Then we can come in and let's find our floor texture. They're missing some stuff here that we usually have. Let's take a look. So we're going to start adding some stuff in that I know we're going to use and need. This will require it to load what we just added. All right, so we are missing some stuff that we do generally use. I'm going to take a look. We're going to see if this is going to fuck me or not. Bear with me a minute. I'm looking for something specific. See how long this takes. I think these are relatively smaller packs that we're pulling in. This probably will give us some duplicates and we'll see what happens. Just making sure I'm not needed to pick somebody up real quick. All right, we're good. So let's see. Go in here, building tool. That brought in what I like. Right there. So we'll put that down. Let's see if it brought in the wall that I want. So I need to pop something else in here real quick too. Graveyard wall path is what we were looking for. There it is. All right, so we have that. We have that. Let's see. This pops on top like it should. Does not. What about this? All right, so that's how we're going to have to do it. It's pretty much just lay down our cave, put the floor that we want on top of it, and take it from there. Let's look. So we're going to see what changes have been made. Let's see what path tools we have. Those look like shadows, carpet, carpet runner. Cliff paths. There's our stairs. Not really loving this. So we'll start by laying down the cave floor. think we're going to have to cut around a little bit here. Doesn't have to be exact. Just has to be playable. Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to leave these sections open. That's why we cut it around like that. It's one thing that we're not really fond of is when we do have to do it this way, we end up with a lot of pieces in here. I think the first time we did this, we just used the cave digging tool. And let it put in, and let's face it, it's not really attractive, but we put in the cave floor that is one of the default assets. We're going to end this here. Now, that said, you can put together, I mean, the original map we made wasn't horrible. You can put together some nice maps. You can definitely put together some better maps. By upgrading your assets. All right. Okay, we'll go here. There we go. Slowly getting there. Oh shit. I'm about to close the wrong section in, so let's do this. Dad wasn't paying attention. This is where it's going to get really tedious, digging out these little sections down there. It'd be really nice if the cave tool was designed so that we could pull in alternate ground patterns and walls instead of using, you know, the ones that come, because they're just not, they're kind of fugly. Bam. Every little section is that much closer. Then we just have to lay these god-awful walls down. So we're going to look for these runs on the walls where, you know, it looks like we can just go around, close in these little sections. We'll do those first. So I don't like to end a wall on a hard line because then it gives you some weird overlaps and stuff. I think let's trace this. Yeah, it's going to come around there. It's going to be one big long wall. Coming all the way around and back to here. We can close it out that way. I'm going to say straight up front, I doubt we're going to be able to finish this base floor pattern today. But it's going to look so much better than the original that we did. It'll be worth it. Normally, I'd really zoom in here in order to match the curve. And, shit. It's just one of those things where I'm just like, you know what? We don't need to do that. It's all good. think this was one of those maps where I did it early on when we were first starting to use Dungeon Draft. And, you know, we hadn't really developed, you know, our style of getting these maps the way we want them to look yet in the software. But my son was with his group really pretty far ahead. I mean, they still are, except the fact that they're quitting D&D to move over to Pathfinder now. But yeah, just because he has this love of min-maxing in Pathfinder drives me crazy. But you know, they were like 5, 6 levels ahead, maybe a little bit more. So this was done as one of our early maps. So that's why it's not bothering me that we redo it, because I don't really like how that map looked. It's on the news, was it this morning? And it was an old story, so I didn't see it when it happened. But fucking guy in Colorado that was we'll have to we'll have to go in and adjust those points. But guess he was at a beach and he was, I mean, he was a young fucking guy, but he was bent out of shape because a bunch of 18-year-old girls were in bikinis. And it's like, you know, the tirade that he went off on God and this kind of shit. The first thing that came to mind is you really need to move someplace so that you can like be a part of the Taliban or something, because you kind of fucked in the head, dude. I think we can make it all the way down there and close it up that way. Birds are all excited out there. Mom must be giving them some food. They get very excited. These heavy tunnel maps are such a pain in the ass. This is the cave tool. Let's see, they haven't made any real changes to it. You know, you've got that. You got your wall, and then, you know, it just kind of goes like that. It's just really, it's just not attractive. Now, yes, you can do it and it works. Be a good place for teleports, wouldn't it? That would be a good place to put like the in and out where it just automatically goes, where you go whoop and jump over. Might be what we do. I know we had another spot that we goofed up. Where was it? I think we're okay there. All right, let's save this here. All right, so I think we're going to finish up the bottom half of this. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to get back in play since we took a couple of days. Did nothing but, what did we do? Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Friday, Monday, today. We did a remapping of that level. This is another remap, so I'm not in a rush. Probably work on this next Wednesday. And keep doing it on Wednesdays unless I just feel like, hey, I've got to get this done. But I don't think that's going to happen. But that'll be it for today. I'm going to go ahead, get off. Let me check something. I want to say, yeah, I think I have enough. I think I have enough time to go to the gym, or I have to pick my daughter up. She's done at 5:20. So yeah, I'm going to go work out. So everybody have a great day. Thanks for stopping in, chatting, all that good stuff. If you're watching this on Twitch, don't forget we are going to be shifting to YouTube, and so make sure you head on over and follow that. But that'll be it for the day. Everybody have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you tomorrow when we jump back in on Assassin's Creed. Have a good one.